ministers in our association globally, because our business is to help people. We would not put people in any jeopardy. I think where the concern comes is when we start seeing, and it didn't, thankfully, it did not happen in Nebraska yet. And my heart and the reason I'm here today is to help it so that this does not happen in our state. I have friends in the ministry who are in other states where they experience preferential treatment, where they say occupancy laws that were passed out. You would take a casino, for example, that would have better, more favorable occupancy requirements than the church would. And so that's where my point comes in. With respect to the second question in regards to the separation, when I read it and I see and why I agree to support and come and support, I think it comes down to that fundamental conscious, because faith it's a conscious, I'll say it's a conviction. And so I think that's where the two kind of come together. Things that are of the tribal groups, it's a deep-rooted conviction. People would die for their tribal tradition and their faith tradition. And I think they're merged together from the point of heartfelt conviction. Yeah, that's my viewpoint on the two. And I don't know how.
No, I thank you very much. I guess I'm really practical. My question was, were you able to have online services? Did you have increased the number of services? But obviously you have greater separation and probably maybe even reduced the number of individuals that could participate in those services. That's, did you require everyone to wear a mask? I mean, those are the fundamental things that I was looking for.
Sure.
I can just,
and I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to expand on my answer with that. So, yes, we made all the necessary adjustments that we can make. We still provide online services to this day for people that do. So that one's that. In the New Testament, there's very strong commands for people that talk about they do not. But one scripture, for example, states, "Do not forsake the assembling of ourselves together, as it is the manner of some, especially when you see the day of the Lord approaching." That's found in Hebrews chapter 10. Now, when some Christians will take that very, very deeply, and they would do it even if it was against the law to do so. Because I have been in mission fields and where Christianity is not the majority religion like we have come to in the United States. And I know our brothers and sisters who will put their lives on the line to practice the teachings of Jesus. And so that's very deep. So for me, it's not so much what that capacity is that we're not in competition with the government or the legislatures. We want to just be able to be told that the church is not treated any differently. If the government has universal treatment for all businesses, to come and say that your business is not essential when our calling really looks from birth to not just death, after death. And that's why we respond to the gospel. So we just want to make sure that we feel protected and that we're not going to be restricted in the way. We're not the church is not endangering people just to have a service. But we want to be able to be free to provide those services to people who are holding those teachings as a deep conviction.
Thank you. And I know that the definition of essential services is really tied into Homeland Security. Mm-hmm. They're the ones that very carefully detail during a time of a pandemic what is considered an essential service. And so it wasn't to negate the impact and value of faith-based organizations. It was really to create safety nets for those essential services that dealt with first responders. I think you know what I mean.
Agree with you, Senator, wholeheartedly. I think we did see in different states that where the preferential treatment occurred, and I like I restated earlier, it did not. I'm grateful that it didn't happen in Nebraska. And I think if you are to help us move this, I think it takes that weight, because you want to walk in cohesion. We want to help, and we would like to see you help also and that we work together. We have different callings and different reasons we do that we're driven, but we work in cohesion together. And that's really what we are after and asking for. It's not that even the church to be treated better than anybody else, but if there'll be protections to say, okay, I'm not in competition with the state of Nebraska on this. We're in it together. We'll respond and encourage collaboration and even communication when it's needed. I would love for senators to say, hey, we would need your help. And we're like, hey, we need your help too. So that's the kind of collaboration that we're looking to have. And I think if we have clearly stated laws that says, hey, these protections are sincerely held religious belief, we respect that in Nebraska, and we will not impose anything restrictive or discriminatively, whether we hold any religious belief or not. And there are a lot of people that don't. So,
well, thank you so much. I appreciate your clarifying some of the comments.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Halloran.
Thank you, Chairperson Sanders. So good to see you.
Same here.
I'm only disappointed you didn't bring your 11 children with you.
I don't think we have enough room for that.
You and I have had a chance to meet several times, and I've met several of your children at one event. Before I ask a question, at one event, one of your sons, I think he would have been 7th, 8th grade, asked me about a bill or a resolution I was carrying, and had to do with the Constitution. And we got to talking about the Constitution, and I have never been schooled by an 8th grader that knew so much, well, anybody that knew so much about the Constitution. You homeschool?
Yeah,
Right.
I did.
Well, congratulations. You're doing a great job with your.
My wife is doing better than I am.
I-
I'm a sport.
So after those kudos, what, if I understand you correctly, you're looking for us to take some preemptive action here.
Yes.
Other states have had some onerous situations in regard to how they handle the pandemic, and your concern is your desire. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but you can confirm or elaborate on this. Your desire is to have some preemptive action taken legislatively so that we don't risk that happening here in Nebraska.
You said it in fewer words than I did, but that's essentially what we are asking, because unfortunately for me, having grown up where just individual liberties was not always it's not something that's respected, and coming to live in a country where that's the core of what the essence and the idea that's built on. It boggled my mind to see where there were overzealous legislatures, not in our state, thankfully, that use the absence of clear state guidelines to what is supposedly protected by the First Amendment, and use it loosely just because maybe they didn't ascribe to the religious ideology or of some sort. And I thought, we need to have clarity in Nebraska to avoid such things from occurring in the future. And I hope we don't run into any pandemic like we did in our lifetime, but God forbid if we did. I think it'd be great to see that collaboration, even though we're separate entities, but we are serving the same people for different needs.
Very good. Say hi to your son and tell him.
Thank you, I will.
I would be glad to be schooled by him some more.
I'll have to send him out and tell him that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? See none. Thank you for your testimony, Pastor.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other proponents? Please come forward.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
My name is Lance Kinzer, Lance Kinzer, and I'm employed by First Amendment Partnership. I came up from the Kansas City area, from Kansas today, to talk about my support for the bill that's before you. And I'll tell what I hope will be a quick story that will explain a bit about who I am and why I'm here. This story is about a fellow Kansan, Mary Steinmetz, who died for her religious convictions in Kansas in 2012, in large part because we lacked the compelling interest test in our state. I served in the Kansas House of Representatives during that time. I was chair of the House Judiciary Committee for 6 of my 10 years. I served from 04 to 14. Mary is a Jehovah's Witness. She needed a liver transplant. At the time, there were no hospitals in Kansas that accepted Medicaid patients who could perform her liver transplant consistent with her religious beliefs regarding blood transfusions. There was a hospital in Omaha, interestingly enough, that could do so. Because Mary was a Medicaid recipient, she had to go before a board of the Kansas Health Policy Authority to request a waiver to receive medical treatment more than 50 miles outside of the state lines. The Kansas Health Policy Authority at the time determined that they were not willing to grant Ms. Steinmetz's waiver because it was inconsistent with established policies, the rules that they had put in place. She asked for a religious exemption and was told that they didn't need to provide one. She went through a 2-year process of administrative appeals, district court trial, argument before the Kansas Court of Appeals. During that period of time, all of which was spent litigating the question, does the compelling interest test apply in this particular case? Her medical condition so deteriorated that Mary Steinmetz died ultimately from this. She was no longer eligible for the transplant list and then ultimately died for her sincerely held religious belief. I honestly never understood Mary's religious belief. It wasn't a religious belief that I shared, but it obviously mattered to her so significantly that she was willing to literally lay down her life to not violate it. You can imagine as a legislator that this was deeply concerning to us, and there were a number of things that needed to be done to make sure that that didn't happen again. One of them, and the thing that was most impactful for me that I was able to be personally involved in, was just to make sure that whatever the circumstance was in the future in Kansas, there would be no lack of clarity with respect to the existence of the compelling state interest test. Now, there are a lot of things about the way that case took place. It should have never taken as long as it did. My belief is this, that if we had had the statute that we ultimately did pass in 2013, a statute not dissimilar from the bill that you're looking at here, that what would have occurred if the Kansas Health Policy Authority knew, and it was clear that if they had to go into court, they would have to provide a very good reason for not granting her exception to this law, that the whole situation never would have gotten rolling in the first place. People wouldn't have dug in their heels, and the outcome for Mary Steinmetz could have been much different. A lot of legal scholars around the country agree with that. In a relatively recent U.S. Supreme Court case, Doug Laycock is a law professor at the University of Virginia and a noted scholar on issues of religious freedom, included Mary's statement in a brief to the U.S. Supreme Court involving an argument that the compelling interest test should be the law as a matter of First Amendment practice. The reality is it isn't. Employment Division v. Smith is the case that led to that occurring. You've heard a little bit of that background. I don't have much time left here. I'll just say this. I think the compelling interest test, in most cases, what happened, the benefit of the compelling interest test is not so much the cases that get won, it's the cases that never get brought, because local government, state government see we need to sit and we're going to have to justify what we're doing. And so we really need to sit down and talk through how can we reach an accommodation that doesn't involve needless conflict. With respect to the equal protection provision in emergencies, I would just say that reminds me very much of a provision that already exists in the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, a federal law that does apply at the state level that calls for equal treatment. I think it makes perfect sense to have that same kind of equal treatment provision that exists in the context of land use disputes apply in the situation where there are emergencies. And the bottom line, the main thing that I would say, I'm done. So I'll just stop there, see if there are any questions, and I'm grateful to have been here this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Aguilar.
Did you want to finish your thought?
Oh, I was merely going to say that if you look at the history, and Senator Brewer already did a good job of this, but if you look at the history of having this as the standard, this compelling interest test as the standard at the federal level in 23 states now, including South Dakota and Montana that passed it in 2021. I think we have a long history, and there's some law review articles that have done really good job of looking at how do these cases, what kind of cases actually get brought and who wins these cases. And I would just say, I think the evidence is clear that the initial motivation for the compelling interest test being placed into law, which is mostly to protect religious minorities in contexts where legislative groups may not even be aware that what they're doing is impinging on a religious belief, that in those instances, there's a fair standard for courts to apply in making sure that the government just has to show we have a good reason. And if we have a good reason, are we achieving that reason, that interest, that compelling government interest in a way that is the lightest touch towards the religious interest? That's kind of the least restrictive means aspect of the test. And I just think that we have a really good track record at the state level and at the federal level of how this standard works in practice, and that we can trust Nebraska judges to apply it fairly and not in a way that is going to lead to some of the unintended consequences that perhaps opponents of the bill will talk about.
Thank you.
Are there any? Senator Lowe.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Kinzer, for being here. To lay down your life for a belief, that's something that a lot of people don't understand. And to do that, knowing that's what you're going to do, that had to be something traumatic for that lady to go through. Can you expound any more? And
So the only thing I can,
pretty good job so far.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is that I never had the opportunity to meet Mary. I wish she would have come to the Capitol and met with some of us, but I did follow her story closely through lawyers and then also through some news coverage. And you could Google Mary Steinmetz's name and find some of the news coverage. And there were some really, both her and her husband were interviewed on multiple occasions, and at one point interviewed with respect to at the point when she knew she was dying, and basically just said that she was glad that her case had brought attention to this issue, and that she was hopeful that it wouldn't happen, nothing like this would happen to anyone else again, but that she was essentially, I don't want to overstate it because I'm not quoting directly from the articles, but that essentially her conscience was clear that she had acted consistently with her beliefs, and that her hope was ultimately on what she believed her eternal destiny would be. So it was quite compelling. I would just say in that context, again, there are a whole host of things at various levels of that proceeding where I really believe she should have won earlier under different arguments. I just strongly believed, and it was the reason, one of the primary reasons we moved forward with a compelling interest test bill at the time, that if that clear statutory standard had been there, that it would have never gotten to the point where she even needed to have an administrative hearing. It just would have been so clear to the Kansas Health Policy Authority that they would never be able to prevail in court, that it could have gotten resolved in a way that would have been reasonable for everyone. One of the amazing things about that was that it wasn't even a cost factor that played into the determination. It was kind of inexplicable from my perspective, but that's a little further commentary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? See none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Are there others? Proponent. And if there are any other proponents, if you could move to the front row so we can see. Thank you. Welcome.
Chairperson Saunders and the members of Government Committee. For the record, my name is Don Wesley, D-O-N-W-E-S-E-L-Y. I'm here representing the Winnebago tribe and have a letter from the chair of the Winnebago Tribal Council in support of the regalia part of the bill. And I'll just go through this as quickly as I can. As chair of the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska Tribal Council, I write on behalf of the Winnebago Tribe in support of LB 277. Across the country, state and local governments have begun to recognize in both intent and action the inherent significance of recognizing the rights of Indigenous students to wear their traditional regalia and items of cultural significance at graduation ceremonies and other public academic events. The Winnebago tribe applauds the introduction of LB 277 and thanks Senator Brewer for that. LB 277 goes even further than many of these other efforts to recognize the right of Indigenous students to wear their traditional regalia in any public or private location when the student is on school grounds or at any school function. To us, recognition of the fact that these items of clothing and other cultural adornment are not merely costumes that we wear on special occasions, but rather are an important part of who we are, is a sign of respect and understanding of the diversity among the tribes located in Nebraska. This is of particular importance at this time in history, when recent events have highlighted the fact that these are the same items that were taken from our parents and grandparents during the days of Indian boarding schools in an attempt to culturally assimilate Indigenous children by forcibly relocating them from their families and communities. Policies prohibiting the wearing of traditional regalia and other items of cultural significance that strip Indigenous students of our cultural and religious heritage, such as the prohibition of the wearing of tribal regalia at important academic events, are a continuation of the oppression that our communities have suffered throughout history. The current policy of school districts deciding whether to allow Indigenous students to wear items of cultural significance on a case-by-case, year-by-year basis must be changed. The wearing of traditional regalia and items of cultural significance should not fall outside of policy and or a school's dress code for commencement and other events, and this can only be addressed by state law rather than district policy. The Winnebago tribe of Nebraska therefore supports the adoption of LB 277 into the laws in the state of Nebraska and ensure the rights of all our children are recognized and protected. Thank you. That's from Chairwoman Kitchen.
Thank you. Are there any questions? See none? Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello. Christina Ellison, CHRISTINA, last name ELLISON. Good afternoon, Senator Brewer, and member of the Government Committee. My name is Christina Ellison. I am the Vice Chair for Ethnic Minority Affairs Committee for NSCA, a teacher in Omaha, and a mother. I am also an Oglala Sioux from Pine Ridge Reservation. My family is. I am here to support Section 6 and 7 of this bill, authorizing the wearing of the tribal regalia by certain students. Regalia, it's a word that is misunderstood, associated with a costume. We don't dress up and pretend to be somebody else. We are Native Americans, not a mascot, a costume, but a person who represents a tribe, a nation. Here are some forms of regalia: a dress adorned with colorful ribbons or a ribbon skirt, fine beaded necklace and earrings, and the sleek feather or a plume, the only regalia piece that can be given in honor of achievement, with a force to a paramount direction. This is our culture. This is our self-identity. Last year, when I testified for this bill, I shared the dark history of over 350 U.S. Indian boarding schools across the nation, with the assimilation policy of kill the Indian, save the man. This systematic destruction was banning boys and girls from speaking their native language, expressing themselves in their regalia. As a mother, I have a 17-year-old son that will be graduating from high school next year. When I give him a plume, just like the one that I was given to me by my father, the one I'm wearing right now, when I graduated, I want him to adorn his graduation cap. He knows his native roots. However, he attends a school district that he may have to acculturate by shedding the plume because of the lack of understanding in its value. He should have the ability to preserve his self-identity, feel worthy, not erased. On this notable day, just as every other student. A feather, a sash, a beaded cap, all given out of dignity. As some students aim to earn honor cords and a graduation medallion to proudly display them over their robe, Native Americans should also be able to display their honor of earning a plume. Passing of LB 277 not only preserves our culture, but it reiterates who we are in Nebraska, and that is a Native American. As an educator myself, this is a learning opportunity for our youth to see the pride, the courage, and that we are still here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? Senator Aguilar.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I don't have a question, but I want to share something with you. Previous time in my life, I worked in a school as well. It was a high school. And at the time, you weren't allowed to have tattoos. If you did, you had to cover them. And many of those tattoos express something that was very important to the individual. A lot of them from the military, and they were very proud of them. And I can assimilate that with what you're trying to say right now. I really appreciate what you being here and what you have to say. Thank you.
And I'm from Grand Island, actually. I'm from Grand Island. So my maiden name's Running Hawk. So my dad's Charlie Running Hawk.
For sure.
Yeah.
Senator Rainbow.
Ms. Ellison, thank you so much for
Yeah.
speaking today. And I truly appreciate you specifically calling out the sections that deal with tribal regalia and the traditions. The question I have for you, growing up in Grand Island, did you ever face impediments to you expressing some of your deep felt and held cultural beliefs of expressing who you are?
Absolutely. And this is something I actually share with my students. A lot of times we share why we became teachers because of a certain teacher that inspired us. But I share why certain teachers made us feel a certain way. And we hope that a teacher doesn't help us feel that way. And the reason why I never realized I was Native American as far as different from other kids until a teacher called out my sister's last name. Our maiden name was Running Hawk. I would say a verb and a noun, Running Hawk. And my sister didn't like to anything really athletic, and she didn't like to run during PE. And the PE teacher, I'm going to call you Walking Hawk because you don't like to run. And so of course, the kids pick up on that and start teasing and calling her Walking Hawk, Walking Hawk. And then it just kind of stuck, of course. And at that time in elementary, that's when I realized we were different. There was a high Hispanic population in Grand Island, which there still is, but so we were really the only Native Americans there. So we kind of just went with that population because we were friends with a lot of family members there. And that's when we were the Native Americans, and we had kind of that weird last name, but it wasn't Running Hawk, it was the Walking Hawks, that the kids. So that was when I realized I was different, but not as a good difference, as more as a teasing different, which is really unfortunate. But my dad and my grandparents did a great job of bringing us back in. So we had that support system there, and there was a wonderful group of teachers in Grand Island that I'm still close with. So I did have that love and support as far as the school. It's a great school system there. So yes, I hope that answered your question.
It did. Thank you
Okay.
very much for sharing that story.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Okay,
testimony.
thank you.
Are there? Welcome.
My name is Grace Johnson, GraceJohnson. I am an enrolled member of the Ogallala Lakota Sioux tribe, same as Christina. I grew up on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, but I live in Omaha, Nebraska, and I am also here in support of LB 277. I do want to reiterate some of the stuff she had said about the feathers. The feathers are earned. These are not something that we just put on. They are great significance to us culturally, religiously, spiritually. And for us to not be able to use them would be, it's kind of looking at our accomplishments and saying they're not, for us, it's very significant. It's not as important. But I also want to support this bill because I do feel, for me, in some way, this is righting a wrong that had happened with Native peoples, considering that our religious belief system, practices, clothing was outlawed until 1978. I'm born in 1973. So that means that within my lifetime, I would have, even though it was between my ages of 0 to 5, I would not have been able to practice any of my religion of my tribe until the law was passed that we could in 1978. And that included wearing feathers, dressing in regalia like I have today. I wouldn't consider this regalia, but some people do. So for us to be able to come out and wear our regalia at certain times and in certain significant situations like graduations is, and it's, I don't know how to describe it in a certain word. It's just that it's an awesome feeling that we can do this, that we're able to do this, considering that like it mentioned in the previous testimony, that there was laws that were passed that went specifically out of their way to stop Native people from doing these specific things and dressing a certain way and being able to possess certain objects like our feathers. In order for us to get a feather, I had to fill out an entire form for the National Park Service. I had to send in information to them, and then they can send me an eagle feather if I cannot find one from somebody else. So just possessing an eagle feather is not something that just anybody in the United States can do. Native Americans are the only ones that are really allowed to possess them and hold them. So for us to be able to stand up and say, this is my culture, this is who I am, and this is I'm proud of, we couldn't do that prior to 1978, literally, without facing jail time. As a mother, I have 2 kids that graduated high school. My youngest graduated last year from Burke High School, and he was able to wear his feather, which was awesome because for him, it was one of the very few times that he could stand up and say, I'm Native American, this is who I am, and I'm proud of it. Whereas he had an incident happen in middle school where I think he was in 7th grade, and it was November, Native American Heritage Month, and a teacher had asked him or asked anybody in the room if they knew any Native peoples, because the classroom, the kids thought we were completely extinct, that we didn't exist anymore. And so he raised his hand and he said, hey, I'm Native. But throughout the rest of the school year, he just kept getting kids coming up to him, asking him over and over, are you really Native? You guys still exist? And over time, it just began to wear on him. And so being a 7th grader, he didn't know how to handle that. He didn't know how to manage that because it began to dawn on him that people realized we didn't exist as a people, but we do. So having that ability to stand up in front of people, in front of crowds, and say, this is who we are. We still exist. I think it's hugely important that we're able to do that, and that's protected.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Rainbow.
Ms. Johnson, thank you so much for testifying. So you grew up on the Pine Ridge Reservation?
Yes.
So when you had your high school graduation, I'm guessing it was, you were able to celebrate who you are and wear some of your traditional outfits that really highlighted your culture and your accomplishment.
Yeah, we actually had a whole day and ceremony where we were given our feathers. And we had, in front of the class, our parents would come and we would pick somebody to tie it into our hair. So not just wearing it, but the person who actually ties it is a significant person on the person you pick to give that to you. And so in my tribe, we are also given a new name. You can earn a new name for this accomplishment. And so to be able to earn a name is in and of itself a whole accomplishment that you've been able to achieve.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lestina Saul Merdassi, Lestina, last name Saul-Merdassi, and I am here to offer my support for LB 277 sections 6 and 7 regarding allowing students to wear their Native American regalia to school events or graduation ceremonies. So a little backstory about myself. I am an enrolled member of the Sisitawan, Wakpetawan, Dakota Oyate tribe of North and South Dakota, but I am also a lineal descendant of the Midwakatawa, or as people now call them, the Santee Sioux tribe of Nebraska. And I grew up in a town off the reservation, and I was one of only a few Native students in a predominantly Caucasian society. And as a child, I experienced a lot of discrimination and a lot of racism. And I watched my other Native American peers around me experience the same racism. And I didn't watch them do this, but they committed suicide. And I believe in my heart that what they went through contributed to them killing themselves at a young age. So my people have always had to stand up for what we believe in, when in reality, like, our tribes are older than the concept of America, really. So I think that to not support this bill would be another slap in the face to us, as we're already a culture and a people who have experienced a lot of oppression and a lot of racism. And I think if we were to pass this bill, that would help alleviate some of that, and that would help our people to feel proud of who they are, where they come from. And I think a lot of the societal ills that my people suffer would eventually get smaller and eventually go away. So I am in full support of this bill, and I hope that everybody here supports this bill also.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Gabriel Brewer, Gabriel, Brewer, Bruguier, and I'm an enrolled member of the Hangtawan Oyate, or the Yankin Sioux tribe. I am an assistant professor at the University of Nebraska at the UNL Library System, and I'm the City of Lincoln representative for the Nebraska Commission on Indian Affairs. And today I'm testifying on behalf of myself, as well as the executive director of the Nebraska Commission on Indian Affairs, Judy Goshkobash, who was unable to make the hearing today. So I'd like to address the sections 6 and 7 of the bill regarding regalia. And I would like to discuss at least 3 arguments in favor of this bill. First, it's a fundamental right of American Indian students to express their cultural and religious heritage, which includes regalia, as has been discussed previously. So policies that deny or at least don't address that right are discriminatory and must be changed to offer the same protection to American Indian students as would be offered to other students. For example, those who would choose to wear a cross during a graduation ceremony. So, for example, the feather program in LPS, I think, is one that is being carried out, and we've heard about other ones, but codifying it would support these rights in a more official way. Next, the academic achievement of American Indian students isn't limited to personal achievement. Our cultures emphasize community. So a student walking across the stage during graduation or just wearing their hair long or expressing themselves in any other way isn't just themselves, but the nation as well. And so as such, the nation deserves recognition to exercise thereof as a protected right, as previously discussed. And third, denying American Indian students the right to express their culture and heritage violates the spirit of education in a democratic society. Our public educational institutions ought to be safe havens of recognition and appreciation of the differences that exist among us as citizens of the United States of America. And as someone who has spent the past decade in the public educational system in the state and have witnessed firsthand the uniting of diverse students towards common goals, the fullest expression, which is the equal expression, ensures that this spirit will live on in our future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Hunt.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sanders. Thanks for being here today. Do you or the Indian Affairs Commission have an opinion on the rest of the bill? You and a couple previous testifiers have called out the sections of the bill that just deal with the regalia, but do you have a feeling about the other part? Because it's kind of a two-subject bill.
That's correct. Unfortunately, I didn't have very much time to prepare today, and so I wasn't able to confer with Judy, so I don't want to offer an official.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing that, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there others? Proponent? Welcome.
Hello. My name is Greer Benke, Greerbehnkee, and I'm here representing the Ponca tribe of Nebraska. I just want to say that we are in support of this bill and very grateful to Senator Brewer for introducing it and for all the other members who have contributed. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Right to the point. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? See none? Thank you.
Thanks. This is my first time doing this.
Are there others? Proponent? Opponents? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Sanders, members of the Government, Military and Veterans Affairs Committee. My name is Abby Swatsworth, ABBISWATSWORTH. I'm the Executive Director of Out Nebraska, a statewide nonprofit working to celebrate and empower LGBTQ Nebraskans. Freedom of religion is a deeply held value in Nebraska, one that we can all agree on. Freedom of religion protects everyone's right to practice their religion of choice or no religion at all, so long as they don't discriminate against or harm others. Out Nebraska opposes LB 277 because it would undermine this principle. We spoke to this committee last year on the same bill, and we're unfortunately here again because our concerns have not been mitigated. The bulk of this bill is nearly identical to last year's version. As I understand it, the bill is designed to allow religious organizations to remain open during a state of emergency like the COVID-19 pandemic. Federal and state law, however, already protects religious organizations. Because the bill includes such expansive definitions of religious organization and substantial burden, nearly any government action, any law that anyone or any business claims simply burdens their beliefs could be challenged. This is of specific concern to the LGBTQ community, who only recently won non-discrimination in health protections in employment at the federal level, and who routinely face discrimination in healthcare and public accommodations. We're especially worried about language in Section 3 that would allow LB 277 to supersede any existing laws, including non-discrimination laws protecting women, racial minorities, people of various faiths, and LGBTQ+ people. As such, LB 277 would grant a broad license to discriminate against and harm the LGBTQ community. The license to discriminate should be enough to keep the law from passing. If it is not, there is also a compelling economic case. Passing a bill like LB 277 would also hang a big unwelcome sign on Nebraska. 47% of meeting and convention planners say they will absolutely avoid booking meetings in states that have passed anti-LGBTQ legislation. Similar laws have been opposed by Fortune 500 companies and the NCAA. As this law would allow anyone to circumvent Omaha's non-discrimination laws, it is not out of the question that the NCAA could reconsider the College World Series and the upcoming 2023 volleyball championships. These two events bring hundreds of thousands in economic activity to Nebraska. Furthermore, with an already established labor shortage, Nebraska must do all it can to retain and recruit workers to our state. We sincerely appreciate Senator Brewer's efforts to establish respect for Indigenous Nebraskans and allow for students to wear tribal regalia in schools. However, we worry the bill will not actually provide these protections to students because it lacks any enforcement or recourse clauses. We believe that the right to cultural and religious clothing and traditions can be granted without jeopardizing the rights of gay and transgender Nebraskans, some of whom are also religious and/or Indigenous Nebraskans. Unfortunately, this bill does not strike that balance. LB 277 would sanction LGBTQ plus discrimination and would hurt Nebraska. Nebraska respectfully asks that you not advance it from committee. And I can take questions if you have them.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Rainbow?
Thank you, Ms. Wadsworth, for coming today and providing testimony. You had mentioned that you saw this bill last year. Was it in the same form or was it different? Or
Most of the bill is a lot of what was introduced last year. This year, the section 6 and 7 dealing with tribal regalia were added onto the bill. We believe and see them as a separate issue and think that there are better ways to protect the rights of Indigenous Nebraskans, which we are fully in support of, but because the bulk of the bill really doesn't deal with that issue, we must stand against the whole bill.
thank you very much. I appreciate your seeing what I'm seeing too. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? See none. Thank you.
Thank
for your
you.
testimony. Are there others? Proponent?
Opponent, yes. My
Opponent,
name is
thank
Luke
you.
Schroer, Schroer. And I immediately wanted to come in support of this, but as I was sitting in the back of the room, I felt very, very conflicted because every person that testified seemed that they had broken it up. I didn't really see a lot of crossover with the support for the native and tribal parts of it versus the religious parts. So ultimately, I was like, as it's written, I can't support this, even though I fully endorse the tribal aspects of it. And I think we've done a huge disservice to our native communities, and they deserve that recognition. But as our white colonizer ancestors, we're really good about slipping things into blankets, right? We have that little poison pill, and I feel like there's a poison pill in this bill where we're trying to sneak some things in. And I'm not trying to say that to be funny or anything, but it feels really bad sitting in the back of the room when there's such a clear two sides of this. And I think we've muddied the waters with unnecessary things in this bill. I am now a poly-atheist. There's multiple gods I don't believe in, even though I was raised Catholic. So I have problems with some of the religious arguments that were made here today. I don't feel like this is doing justice to equality under the law. That's our Nebraska state motto. And I'm just speaking from the heart. So if this is a little clumsy, I apologize, but I was really fighting in the back. Do I support this or do I not? And ultimately, I think I have to settle on, I don't support it as it's written now with the clear divide that has been in the room and testimony today. So I do apologize to our Native family that's here today that I have to do this, but that's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? See none? Thank you for coming out.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Are there any other opponents? Anyone in the new opponent?
I do have a testimony.
Welcome. You can take a breath. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. How are you today? I'm the Reverend Dr. E. Scott Jones, SCOTT-JONES. I'm the senior minister of the First Central Congregational United Church of Christ in Omaha, Nebraska. About half of this bill seems great and wonderful, but I'm worried about some of the religious protections in it that I think could be used to actually discriminate against people. On October the 31st, 1948, my predecessor as the senior minister at the First Central Congregational Church, the Reverend Dr. Harold James, preached about the core principles of Protestantism, and that sermon included this statement, which stands as a warning to us in 2023. We should not be deceived by those who claim they are interested in religious liberty when they are only interested in liberty to impose their interpretations of religion upon others. Essential to the American tradition is the idea of a public space in which everyone's views are allowed to interact. For this public space to exist, everyone must be granted equality and mutual respect. It does not mean that you have to agree with everyone else, quite the contrary. It means that in the public sphere, you cannot try to impose your views on someone else. Instead, you must grant them the respect and the equality that is their fundamental human right. You must acknowledge their dignity, their conscience. Religious liberty rests upon the ancient principle, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. And this, my friends, is why I'm so deeply troubled by the recent misuse of the concept of religious freedom. Let me state emphatically, and so I'm not misunderstood, in the public sphere, no one has a religious right to discriminate against another human being. Discrimination, not treating another person with the respect they are entitled to, refusing equal treatment, these things are direct contradictions to religious liberty. They are hostile to it. It is brazenly dishonest to wrap your biases in the language of religious freedom. It risks substantial harm to the Republic, to the entire American democratic experience, and even to the Christian gospel. It is Orwellian to use a term to describe its exact opposite. This dishonesty must be resisted. Religious liberty, as historically understood, as rooted in the biblical tradition, as enshrined in our Constitution, demands equality of all persons, demands mutual respect of all persons, demands that in the public sphere, everyone be treated the same. I urge you therefore to oppose LB 277.
Thank you. Are there any questions? See none. Thank you. Are there others? Opposition? Opposed? Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Hannah Robleski, HANNAHWROBLEWSKI, and I am here representing American Atheists. I'm going to read a letter on their behalf. American Atheists, on behalf of its constituents here in Nebraska, stand in opposition to LB 277. This dangerous legislation would undermine religious equality in Nebraska, just as it has done in other states that have passed similar legislation. Because LB 277 will interfere with the constitutional rights of all in Nebraska, we strongly urge you to oppose this bill. American Atheists is a national civil rights organization that works to achieve religious equality for all Americans by protecting what Thomas Jefferson called the wall of separation between government and religion created by the First Amendment. We strive to create an environment where atheism and atheists are accepted as members of our nation's communities and where casual bigotry against our community is seen as abhorrent and unacceptable. We promote understanding of atheists through education, outreach, and community building, and work to end the stigma associated with being an atheist in America.
Religious liberty is an individual right guaranteed by the First Amendment, and American atheists oppose efforts to misuse these constitutional protections to undermine the civil rights or religious freedom of others. LB 277 is an example of an RFRA, or a Religious Freedom Restoration Act, a bill that provides that government action may only burden religious exercise if it meets a stringent legal test. In order to meet this test, the government must show that its action was intended to meet a compelling government interest and the action taken was narrowly tailored, meaning that no alternative method will be as effective to meet the government's goal. This is the most difficult test that courts impose in constitutional law, and it is rarely met by the government. While RFRA laws were originally introduced at the federal and state level to protect religious exercise, in recent years, RFRA language has been used in ways that its supporters and sponsors would never have imagined, including exemptions from non-discrimination, public health, and safety laws. Freedom of religion is important, and that is why it is already protected by both the U.S. Constitution and the Nebraska Constitution. However, these protections do not create a special right for religious individuals and organizations to violate neutral laws or discriminate against groups they disfavor. LB 277 would, under the guise of religious freedom, create special exemptions to a range of neutral laws to privilege religious organizations at the expense of everyone else. This bill would potentially allow individuals and organizations to evade non-discrimination laws. In Virginia, for example, there have already been efforts to use the state's RFRA to overturn the recently passed Virginia Values Act, a state LGBTQ non-discrimination law. The rule of law is important, and we cannot simply create sweeping exemptions that allow people to pick and choose which laws they wish to follow. We should all be held to and protected by the same laws. This bill goes so much further. LB 277 would give religious organizations broad immunity from nearly every state and local law, not just during a state of emergency, but all the time. The bill provides that state government may not impose criminal, civil, or administrative penalties against a religious organization in connection with the organization's exercise of religion. The implications of this liability shield are striking. In just a few examples, religious schools and organizations could claim immunity from criminal or civil liability for child abuse. A religiously motivated hate group could avoid prosecution for criminal activities associated with its religious beliefs. Religious organizations of all types could be shielded from state and municipal non-discrimination laws. A house of worship that routinely violates the fire code or exceeds capacity limits during worship services could not be fined or required by a court to comply with the law. A patient would lose the right to sue a religious hospital for medical neglect or reckless care provided consistent with the hospital's religious beliefs. A family whose child was injured or killed due to negligence or recklessness by a religious school could be prevented from suing the school. Nebraska could not recover state funds used by religious organizations for fraudulent or improper purposes, as long as the funds were used while engaging in religious activities. And employees of religious schools and hospitals could be barred from suing if their employers engaged in harassment, discrimination, or even criminal behavior. We oppose this bill because it violates the principle of religious equality, an essential component of religious freedom. Religious equality stands for the guiding and governing principle that one's religious identity should neither directly nor indirectly affect their civil rights under the law. This principle helped to shape both the First Amendment and the Nebraska Constitution, which provides that all persons have a natural and indefensible right to worship, and no preference shall be given by law to any religious society. Instead of religious equality, this bill would establish a new principle that religious people and organizations only may claim exemption from laws and policies that conflict with their beliefs. As Justice Scalia pointed out in his Employment Division versus Smith opinion, such a principle would be a constitutional anomaly. I thought this letter was too long. I was trying to read fast.
I can kind of see you only have like a paragraph left. If you'd like to go ahead and finish.
Okay. Thank you. In his Employment Division versus Smith opinion, constitutional law. Okay, sorry, lost my spot. In addition to the legal chaos created by this bill, LB 277 would have both short and long-term negative economic impacts. States like Indiana that have passed RFRAs in recent years have seen economic impacts of more than $400 million due to lost opportunities. This bill is both dangerous and unnecessary. There's no evidence that religious freedom of Nebraska citizens has been routinely violated. Instead, religious liberty has historically been protected through the First Amendment and through the Nebraska Constitution. Instead, this bill would undermine those protections by compromising the very bedrock of religious freedom, the principles of religious equality and separation of religion and government. This legislation threatens to radically rebalance state law to grant extraordinary privileges to organized religion. LB 277 would establish an across-the-board exemption that allows for religious discrimination by making religious exercise a state-favored class of activity. We urge Nebraska lawmakers to hold the principle of the Nebraska Constitution and to reject this harmful legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Rainbow,
Sorry.
you have a question?
How did you know I had a question? And I didn't even raise my hand. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wroblewski, for coming and testifying. And I noticed you focused strictly on the part of this bill that dealt with a religion.
Mm-hmm.
And I wondered if you would support the bill if we separated the two and dealt with religion in one component and then the expression and use of tribal regalia.
Yes, like you and Senator Hunt and Conrad have mentioned, like we see it as like two separate issues. So we're here to talk about everything except Section 6 and 7. We do support that Native students should have a right to their regalia, of course. We're talking about the rest of the bill because we see it as two separate issues.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Senator Halloran.
Thank you, Chairperson Sanders. Just some curious questions here.
Yes.
Do you consider atheism to be a religion?
It's like the lack of religion. Like we have a right to religion and a right, right for religion and right from religion as well.
So you're organized as a group that doesn't believe in religion, right?
Yeah, we
Yes.
believe in like a secular
Do
America.
you think your rights aren't protected currently as an atheist?
I mean, when we have like bills like this that allow religious organizations to discriminate against people for being LGBT or being an atheist, then no, I don't think our rights would be protected under this, under LB 277. Sorry, I was not prepared for questions. I was just reading a letter from another organization. So sorry.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there others testifying in opposition or neutral? Then this closes our public hearing portion. Senator Brewer to close.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Sanders. All right, let's get back to the issues at hand. I will do my best to address this to you, but these are linked together, okay? You don't separate them, because if you look at the parts of this bill under the federal version of this law, this is what they use to protect natives. So, the tribal regalia is it's a specific guidance for native traditions, but it is all part of this federal version of this compelling entrance balancing test. So you can't rip those apart. They're one and the same. Now, somehow we derailed a little on this. Let me go back and just reread some of this so we can kind of get our bearings again. Let me point out that this compelling entrance balancing test exists under federal law, has since 1993. Again, introduced by Congressman Chuck Schumer, not someone who you would see as trying to hide anything. In the Senate, Senator Ted Kennedy passed almost unanimously in both houses and was promptly signed by Bill Clinton. So forgive me if I'm not a little concerned that this whole idea that we just shared is really wrong-headed. We got 23 states plus the federal government that have decided that this is what needs to be done. So it's not like we're out in some crazy dark alley trying to push something through that's got all kinds of things that shouldn't be there. This is about as clear as you can be. The bill is about due process. It just says that we ought to have a clear process for processing a core constitutional right, the free existence of religion. Having due process doesn't mean that you win. It just means that you get your day in court. We have a lot of groups that have been promised rights by the government. If you can't see the fact that natives are a little bit hesitant to trust the federal government, you really haven't studied history much, because we have never been treated right, and that's part of the whole problem here. And again, the idea that you can break this up is wrong-headed in the sense that it is what protects this in the sense of protecting natives. This bill is just keeping the government honest. The bill will discourage the government bodies from crossing that line and violating people's rights. The goal of this bill is not more lawsuits. It is just to have a clear standard, a clear process. So with that, I will take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Lowe.
Well, thank you. In 1993, when Schumer put this bill out to become federal law, didn't the ACLU come and testify in favor of this bill?
I have been told that, but I do not know that for a fact, and so I would have to research that
I
and
was
get back
hoping that
to
they
you.
were going to come and testify today.
I think that's correct from our last time that we had this bill here. And you know, keep in mind that the thought that people wouldn't come to Nebraska because this law is passed, whether it be to play baseball or whatever. You've got Texas, you've got Arizona, where we're going to have a Super Bowl here. If that's a standard they use not to come to a state, then that's not something that's being used across the board.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Rainbow.
Thank you. Senator Brewer, with all due respect, sir, I know we heard a lot from Native Americans today, really addressing their comments to the expression of their cultural heritage and wearing traditional regalia. And in light of additional testimony from a number of individuals who see the distinction between the two, I would respectfully ask if you would, it sounds like the answer is no.
It is
probably,
no.
Is no to reconsider and separating these two.
Let me give you an example. You talked about high school graduation. You could do a traditional graduation in Pine Ridge after the changes were made. But you could go to a few miles away across the border and you would come to Rushville, Gordon, and other places, and you couldn't do that. So I still feel that this is the best way to protect Native American rights, and it will stay together.
Any other questions? I see none. This will be closing of the hearing for LB 277 and position comments. We had one neutral. We had 10 proponents, 17 opponents, and one neutral. And this closes the hearing on LB 277. Thank you.
Okay, we'll switch over. Okay, Tanner, welcome to the Government Committee. You'll be opening on LB 70 for Senator Cavanaugh, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Welcome to the Government Committee, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Brewer and members of the Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. My name is Tanner DeBoer, for the record, TANNERDEBOER. And I'm the AA for Senator Cavanaugh, who represents District 6, West Central Omaha, and Douglas County. LB 70 is a reminder that whatever we end up doing with voter identification for voting, we need to make sure that the ID can be obtained free of charge. A charge of any kind will be considered a poll tax, which will question the constitutionality of the bill. Since driver's license or other state identification cards are often the main focus of ID, and getting those often requires a certified birth certificate, we decide to focus on these items and to eliminate the fees with the intention if this is used in voter identification. This may also need to be expanded depending on the voter ID bill that is likely advanced out of this committee. We would contend that we need to make it much easier to obtain a birth certificate and other forms of identification for reasons as well. The nonprofit agency in Omaha named Together has a rapid rehousing program. In order to get housing, or for most other assistance programs, the individual has to obtain an ID. Together, staff insist individuals obtain these IDs. The approximate $60 per individual IDs alone to obtain in most cases. Through November 2022, their housing program used over $12,300 of direct cost associated with obtaining IDs for only 350 individuals, not including staff time and an additional salary of $9,000. It also becomes a catch-22 for many people because it is more difficult to get a birth certificate without a state ID, and it is impossible to get a state ID without a birth certificate. Since the voters of Nebraska passed the voter ID initiative, we have to address its finer points and how it best works in Nebraska. We firmly believe that we need to create an avenue that is free of charge. Senator Cavanaugh is more than happy to work with the committee and Senator Slama to make sure that this avenue is created, whether it's through LB 70 or any other mechanism. There are experts behind me who will be very well equipped to answer your questions regarding LB 70, and I thank you for your attention and time this afternoon.
All right, thanks, Tanner, and you kind of got thrown into the hot seat there. How long have you been the AA?
Since January, but I worked for Senator Panzenbrooks last year.
Oh, all right. Well, hey, you did a fine job. We don't traditionally ask any questions.
Okay.
So, and I assume that we just waive the closing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your opening, and we'll start taking testifiers.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take the first proponent for LB 7. And if you're planning to testify, if you want to move forward, then we kind of got a head count so we know where we're at. Welcome to the Government Committee.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Gutman, Daniel Gutman. I'm here on behalf of the ACLU of Nebraska, and we're testifying in support of LB 70. Voting is a cornerstone of our democracy and the fundamental right upon which all our civil liberties rest. The ACLU works to protect and expand Americans' freedom to vote. Many Nebraskans do not have one of the forms of government-issued photo identification that will be required to vote. These voters are disproportionately low income, racial and ethnic minorities, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Such voters more frequently cannot afford or cannot obtain the underlying documents that are a prerequisite to obtaining the limited kinds of government-issued photo ID cards that are required to vote. LB 70 seeks to protect the rights of those voters by ensuring no eligible voter is denied the right to vote simply because they are unable to afford a government-issued photo ID card. Currently, about 7% of American citizens do not have a government-issued photo ID. While obtaining a government-issued photo ID may not seem difficult to some, it is a massive expense and a barrier to participation in our democratic process. The combined cost of documents, document fees, travel expenses, and waiting time are estimated to range $75 to $175. That cost could prevent nearly 11% of Nebraskans living in poverty from voting in an election that they are otherwise eligible to vote in. For those reasons, the ACLU of Nebraska thanks Senator Cavanaugh and Conrad for introducing LB 70 and urges the committee to advance the legislation to the floor. I would make one other comment. I know that last week this committee heard testimony from a number of election officials who testified generally in support of the voter ID bill. Many of them expressed this concern about possible costs associated with obtaining an identification. So we urge the committee to support and advance this bill.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to run a few questions by you if you're okay with that.
Sure.
All right. One of the issues that came up was what the law says is you have to have a photo ID, but that ID wouldn't have to be current. As long as you had your name and a picture, that would be identifying you by name, because a lot of them say, well, if you have an expired driver's license, you couldn't use that. But really, as long as it's identifying who is this person you've met that requirement to have an ID. It wouldn't have to be current, would it?
And are you referring to the initiative that was passed?
Well, I guess what I'm just saying is if we go along from your testimony on the need to have free identification available. I mean, that's kind of the essence of it, right? Is if you're going to require that there be picture ID, a photo ID, that has to be a free ID, or else there's going to be a whole lot of folks that are out there that are in a situation where they don't have that ID they need in order to vote. Does that ID have to be current ID, or if it simply has the name and the picture so you can identify who that person is that adequate in your view?
I don't think it's adequate, and I'm not sure it needs to be current. To answer your question, I'm not sure it needs to be current.
Okay.
But what LB 70 is trying to address is folks that may not have those other forms of picture ID. So what the bill as it's currently written says is, regardless of whether you have access to some other form of photo ID, which people may or may not have access to, if you need an ID, such as driver's license, birth certificate, and you want to use it to vote, you can obtain it for free.
Right. And one of the things that came up in our hearing the last time is the Secretary of State was one angle to go and get the ID, or the DMV. Obviously, the DMV probably got more traction because they actually have the machines and they're scattered all over the state, where the Secretary of State would have to start from scratch, and it would be probably a considerable cost. But right now, those are probably the two best avenues to figure out how to get an ID. Is that kind of how you see it?
If the ID that you are getting is from the government or a government agency, then yes. But back to your original point, I don't think it necessarily needs to be. There's other forms of photo ID.
Now you're getting to my point. All right. Questions for Daniel? Oh, Senator Rabel.
Mr. Gutman, thank you so much for being here today. I didn't know, and perhaps you could tell me a little bit more, in LB 70, does it reimburse individuals who need to get a birth certificate from another state? Or does this piece of legislation, like the state of Nebraska will reimburse the state of Missouri? If I was born in Missouri, which I wasn't, I was born in Lincoln, but I mean, if for those individuals born in another state and they need to get that birth certificate to be able to get a valid Nebraska ID, voting ID, I didn't know if it included that or not, and I'm sorry I wasn't here for the opening comments, otherwise I would have asked that same question. Does it include reimbursing the individual or another state for free access to the birth certificate?
Senator, I did not know the answer to that question, but I'm sure one of my friends behind me does.
Okay, thank you.
Throw those friends under the bus.
That's right.
That's
All
okay
right.
by me.
That's right.
Okay. Any other questions for Daniel? All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next proponent to LB 70.
Hello, Chairman Brewer and members of the committee. My name's Heidi Ewing, HEIDIUHING, and I'm the Public Policy Director for Civic Nebraska. We are happy to see Senator Cavanaugh's bill, which is one of many bills addressing different concerns about voter ID this session. I think that's a good sign that several senators are very concerned about the outcome of these types of bills and about getting the details right. Because as we all know, when it comes to voter ID, the quality of the bill and the question of whether people's civil rights are being violated really depends upon all of these small details that add up to the big idea. So this one is a very simple bill that addresses, really a singular problem that's an issue of voter ID around the country, in that it would require the state to make a voting ID and a birth certificate required to attain an ID, both available at no charge. My understanding is that it does not address birth certificates required from other states, so that would require an amendment that might be rather complicated, actually, to do so. But I agree with your point that if we're about letting people vote in Nebraska and not requiring a charge for that finding a way to provide fees covered for those things too is definitely part of the conversation. Because we know that not covering the fees is equivalent to a poll tax, and we know from 1964 that that's unconstitutional here. So Any way we can avoid doing that is a good way to go. The good news is that it seems that many senators are already in agreement about the provisions of LB 70. It looks like Senator Slama's bill, LB 535, already provides these things, as does her white copy amendment. Senator Day's LB 675 also does, as does Senator Erdman's LB 230. So it seems like we're in broad agreement that these fees need to be covered by the state of Nebraska. One thing I'm not seeing addressed in any of that legislation is how people would become aware that those fees can be covered. I know several of those bills have a public awareness campaign component that would, get news out by media and websites and things like that. But it seems that on the application form for those documents, that it might be helpful to specify to people who might be filling it out but not understand that that fee can be covered, that if it's for voting purposes, that can be provided free of charge. So we ask that you continue to support this and incorporate it into whatever work you're preparing as a committee on how to proceed with voter ID. And Senator Brewer, I'd like to address the other question that you were asking about expiration dates.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so my understanding is that there's a handful of states, even states considered strict photo ID states, that do not have an expiration date on the identification. So there are some that limit it to 10 years expired, 4 years expired. Some don't address expiration at all and say it doesn't matter how long they're expired. And I agree with what you said, that having an expiration date on the ID does not negate the ability to identify somebody. You can have an expired license and there's still no question about who you are and whether your photo matches the ID on the card. So I think that's an important part.
Okay, questions for Heidi? All right, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for clearing that up. Okay. Next testifier. Welcome back.
I return. Chairman Brewer, members of the committee, my name is Gavin Geis. That's spelled Gavingeis, and I'm the executive director for Common Cause Nebraska. And we stand in support of LB 70. While we don't support the underlying provisions of a voter ID bill, this bill does not burden voters in any way, and it addresses a very important consideration in the voter ID discussion. So we stand in support. Given this is a simple bill, I thought it was worth addressing something that's often brought up in these discussions when we talk about providing ID. You often hear mentioned poll tax. And what we don't hear mentioned is, what is a poll tax? What's the history in America? What's the big deal? I figured, okay, I've got a little time. Why don't I talk about that? So poll taxes. Poll taxes actually have a very long history in America. It goes back to our founding era. Very beginnings of America, poll taxes were used as a legitimate tax in some situations, a show of buy-in for the electorate. But they were also used during that era as a way to exclude the poor. They were clearly used by those in power with wealth to exclude those who did not have power and wealth. But when we talk about poll taxes today, clearly that's not the poll taxes we're talking about, right? We are talking about the poll taxes that from 1890s to the 1960s were used to exclude minority communities and poor communities from having actual impact on our elections. 20 plus states utilize poll taxes for that express purpose, to exclude those and to control elections in a large regard. And for much of that time, it remained a political discussion, whether these were good, whether these were bad. But that all changed in 1964, when the US Congress passed the 24th Amendment to the Constitution, which expressly outlawed poll taxes at the federal level. Made it so in any federal election, you could not impose a poll tax. Now that, of course, did not then apply to the states. That took another couple of years, when in 1966, the US Supreme Court decided Harper v. Board of Elections. In that case, a Virginia resident who had been denied the right to register to vote because of a poll tax brought suit against the state, arguing that she was being denied her right to vote because she didn't have the money to pay the poll tax. Ultimately, the court agreed. They said that the 24th Amendment does apply to the states through the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. Important quote from that decision: wealth or fee paying has, in our view, no relation to voting qualifications. The right to vote is too precious, too fundamental to be so burdened or conditioned. So 1966, Harper v. Virginia Board of Elections come down, and states can no longer apply poll taxes. And to this day, that's the decision we look to when we talk about poll taxes. Whether something meets that qualification or not is, of course, a discussion for courts, but it is still relevant and it's important for states when looking at putting burdens on the right to vote, whether it does meet that quote, right? Does it reach the level of the Harper v. Virginia Board of Elections? In Nebraska, I believe we have an additional consideration when talking about poll taxes. Our own Constitution, in Article 1, Section 22, says that all elections shall be free, and there shall be no hindrance or impediment to the right of a qualified voter to exercise the elective freedom. That was adopted in 1875, so well before this other discussion on poll taxes. But clearly, the Nebraska Constitution has a high regard for the right to vote. And even though, right, last year, an exception, we'll say, was passed to that very section of the Constitution regarding voter ID, it does not override the underlying principle there. Our elections must be free. And so as we have this discussion, as we talk about voter ID, we have to make sure our elections remain free. Looking abroad to other states, what do other states that have what you would call a strict voter ID requirement do? Those states include North Dakota, Wyoming, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Wisconsin, Indiana, Georgia, and Mississippi, all free IDs. They provide free IDs for their citizens. They vary in documentation, in providing free documentation, but they do provide free ID. We think providing free documentation is an integral part of this, that it should remain. And actually, we would recommend that you look at potentially expanding that section to Senator Raybould's point. Other state birth certificates that could provide some sort of a barrier. I've also had multiple, not to gender, but multiple women bring up the issues with marriage and divorce certificates that may become relevant when getting ID. Will those be provided free? Now, this bill does not provide for that, but it is a concern I've heard from multiple people. Will I be impacted differently because my name changed when I got married? Is this going to make it harder for me to vote? I know, as I said, the bill does not currently include that, but I would encourage you to look at those other certificates, those other sources of data that might be required when getting ID. But all of that to say, we support LB 70. We think it's vital that these IDs are paid for, that we are as expansive as possible in the certificates and other identifying documents, providing those so that there isn't a hindrance and so that we don't brush up against this whole poll tax question. And thank you. That is all I have.
No, thank you. We actually learned something today. Usually there's a lot of talk and you don't actually get to a point where you actually are smarter, especially about an issue that we're going to be talking about a lot the next few weeks. So thanks for enlightening us there. All right. Any questions for Gavin? Sarah Raybould.
Mr. Geis, thank you for testifying. I learned a lot from you. The one question I have, I know that Senator Jen Day has another bill, and you mentioned it too. And I guess when it talks about IDs, does it talk about a broader expanse of IDs and making sure that all identification is free? I don't know. Does she have a reimbursable for any individual in her?
Oh, are you regarding the voter ID, not the accepted list of IDs? You're saying for the IDs provided by the state. Is that more broad than
Is
this
it more broad?
definition?
Yes, thank you.
I will have to look at that and make sure that to my knowledge, it is not broader, but I don't want.
Okay.
I will look at that and I'd happily answer that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Holler.
Thank you, Chairman Bruin. Thank you, Mr. Geis, for being here. So a lot of the discussion is centered around this. What appears to be, we've kind of conflated some issues here about IDs and what's available for people. Every common person might have IDs. We don't want to disenfranchise low-income people, for example, people of color, low-income people, whatever the case may be. So wouldn't it be safe to say that those people who are, for example, eligible for SNAP cards, they're low-income people, right?
Yes.
And they have to meet certain requirements of identification to get the SNAP benefits.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that those identifications that they have to prove citizenship, they have to prove they live in Nebraska, they have to show proof of identity to get the SNAP benefits, which are designed for low-income people, right?
Yes.
They have these IDs. So on one hand, we're talking about as though there needs to be some special ID that people have to vote versus the IDs that commonly we all have. even people of low income, for example, have.
Yes.
So is it unfair to say that most low-income people have IDs that would be substantial enough for proof of identification for voting?
I would say many do, right? Many do. It's not the many that we're worried about, right? It's the few here that don't, right? Those are the ones we worry about. Those are the ones that could be excluded. And it's certainly not the case that all low-income Nebraskans fall into that category. There are many who would attest that they don't, right? There are those who spoke last week as representatives of saying that they've helped them get that ID. And I don't want to conflate voting rights versus getting a SNAP card. There are greater protections, right, for voting rights versus SNAP benefits. So yeah, I agree, right? There are certainly, not every low-income Nebraskan is lacking ID. At the same time, there are those who are. And looking out for them, I think, is the point we're making.
What would cause someone not to have an ID? Low-income person. What would cause them not to have an ID?
Cause them not to have an ID?
Right. I mean, if they're not going to subscribe to SNAP,
right?
Surely they are aware of the program, SNAP program.
I am not a SNAP expert, so I can't speak to the demographics, but I would imagine there are people who do not seek out benefits, right? There's a lot of reasons why a person might not seek out government benefits, whether that's pride or ignorance or a variety of other issues. And a good reason why they may not have an ID as well, right? There are those on the margins of our society who are as equal, they have the equal right to vote as the rest of us, even though they may not have the same experience, same access, same knowledge that we do.
I agree, and it's very difficult. I don't mean to interrupt an attorney, but do you have some grasp of numbers? Is it one is too many? Is that what you're saying? If one person does not have an ID, that's too many.
If one person, I would say it's worth looking at that one. If we're going to implement a system, yes. And if we're going to implement any system, when we talk about voter ID, making it easy for everyone, whether or not that one person is one we can actually put a name to, still, simplicity, ease of access are values we should be looking to when building the system, whether or not I can give you numbers today as to the voters. I mean, 10,000, 20,000 has been floated, but I have not spoken with that many people. I have not gone door to door to talk to them, but there are unquestionably Nebraskans without ID who don't have it and who could use this principle, use this provision to get it and vote. And I think it's worth looking out for their interests as well.
I don't disagree, but if you could spend any spare time that you may have, and you're a very busy man, but if you could introduce me to someone that doesn't have an ID, I would be interested in meeting them.
At one point, I did not have a valid, wouldn't have met the valid ID. I had an expired driver's license, and luckily we're looking at expanding that to not be expired, but I did not have an ID that would have been considered a real ID under the provisions if they were restrictive. Thankfully, like I said, Senator Brewer's already on that, and we're going to look at non-expired, but I don't think it's as far-fetched as you may feel.
And I do think the numbers that you were talking were similar to what the Secretary of State is planning on for planning purposes numerically, because in order to set aside enough money to cover the cost, you have to have a number to work with. And those are the numbers that he was just looking at. So I think you're pretty close to what he's thinking. Yes, Senator Riggle.
Mr. Geis, I mean, this discussion is very interesting. And I'm wondering if you have a greater familiarity with those individuals that are incarcerated. I'm guessing they probably don't carry their ID on them. And I don't know how, for those that certainly qualify and are still able to vote, how is something like that handled or processed, or have you had any discussions? I mean, certainly if they don't have their birth certificate, I'm sure that they can work with the system, but
Yes.
do you have any thoughts on that?
Voting in prison is very complex in Nebraska in general. There are not great systems in place to provide ballots for those who may be qualified, right? Felons currently can't vote while in prison, but there are those who may be in county detention systems, who may be in pretrial that are certainly qualified. And those issues of getting ID, providing it for them, I have not walked down that path enough to know well, but I do know that issues abound, and it is a problem that is worth looking at.
Well, and I'm sure LB 70 would also facilitate those that are incarcerated that still may vote, access to getting whatever identification they need at no cost to them. Is
Absolutely.
that-
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very welcome.
Okay, any other questions for Gavin? All right, thank you for enlightening us today.
Thank you.
Okay, additional proponent testifiers for LB 70. Welcome to the Government Committee.
Hi there, Chairman Brewer, members of the committee. My name is Arlo Heddle. That's ARLOHETTLE. I'm the Grassroots Advocacy Coordinator of the Nebraska Civic Engagement Table, which is a member organization serving around 70 other nonpartisan nonprofit organizations across the state. We're here today in support of LB 70. Generally agree with pretty much everything that's been said by other proponents today, but just want to emphasize a few more things. One is the kind of streamlining that we really like here. We appreciate that this bill isn't requiring someone to ask for a fee to be waived, but it's eliminating the fee for a state ID altogether for those who don't have a valid driver's license and are of voting age. It's a simple change, but it's taking the burden away from citizens who may not know what resources are available to them or feel nervous asking about them. We hear from our members about how it's far easier for them to communicate a simple and easy to navigate process with their communities. For instance, this bill would help someone who does not have a driver's license and needs a state ID to vote, but does not speak English. We're also in favor of the section of the bill eliminating the fee for birth certificates and lowering the barrier of acquiring this document. Have some firsthand experience with a coworker, for instance, who needed a birth record, does not have a driver's license, went through a lot of work to obtain that document, and eliminating that fee is an important step in making this process accessible. While we're in full support of LB 70 and eliminating fees for really any step in the process of obtaining voting identification, we want to emphasize that just removing fees is not enough to make IDs accessible to all. When whatever bill or set of bills is fully implemented, IDs should be free and easy for Nebraskans to get. The campaign to educate citizens should be well funded. IDs could be provided in places that Nebraskans already visit, and we should establish a wide range of acceptable IDs. To address some of the points that have been brought up, I know that the Secretary of State has been tossing around a 2% number of Nebraskans that currently don't have valid IDs. And we've also heard that that number could be a lot higher. To speak to Gavin's point and Senator Halloran's point as well, I'm currently someone that would not be able to vote with this new law. I have an Iowa driver's license. I moved to Nebraska within the last year. It would be something that I would obviously update in concordance with the law, but I just think that there are a lot of people right now that don't have the documents they need, a lot more than maybe meets the eye. And so, yeah, the Nebraska Table will continue to advocate for access to the ballot box. We encourage you to support LB 70 and other bills that remove fees for identification and barriers to obtaining the documents needed to vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, any questions? Senator Ribble?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Heddle. I have a question for you, and I know Nebraska Civic Engagement Table looks at a lot of issues, but have they looked at the issue about our senior citizens in nursing homes? I mean, do you have a creative solution to have mobile ID units go to a lot of the nursing homes to help assist those that may no longer have any photo identification?
Yeah, not a lawyer, so I'll talk in generalities here. But I think there's a few different things that I've heard about. I think one is that I know that there's documents and licensure that nursing home residents have to use to, be accepted into those facilities. If there's identifying numbers on those documents that could be filled out on a mail ballot form, for instance, or something like that as a form of acceptable ID from the Secretary of State's office. I think that could be a solution. I think we love the idea of mobile units, both for rural areas, for North and South Omaha, for communities in Lincoln, just really so many places in the state that I think that bringing IDs to people would be great. We would love to work with the Secretary of State to see how that could be implemented. And I think that could go a really long way to reducing the physical barriers for people obtaining IDs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any additional questions? All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional proponents to LB 70? Welcome to the Government Committee.
Hello, my name is Luke Schroer. That's Schroer. And I had the pleasure of sitting down with Senator Sanders here a couple years ago, maybe, because I lived down in Bellevue in your district. We discussed updating the Nebraska flag, if you remember that conversation. So I just looked in my wallet now as I was back here, and I still currently have my Bellevue address, even though I have since moved up to the Hanscom Park area of Omaha. That makes me very nervous going forward. Is my address being incorrect? Would that be something that would hold me back from being able to vote? And that might be addressed somewhere else. But as somebody who's been a traveling electrician, I've lived many places and I had to travel for work. I did industrial electrical work for 5 years. And on average, it was at least one move a year. So my address was changing. Free ID or the access to free ID would help for somebody like me who is constantly moving to update that address so it doesn't become a problem. I proudly got 5 of my friends to update their addresses and voting information for the last election. A lot of them had moved from Iowa years before and just hadn't done it, hadn't gone through the process. One of my friends came from Grand Island, and it was just a matter of updating his county and things so he could vote. So I know taking away the cost is just one less barrier that's going to help, especially youth who have other things going on in their life. Just one more thing or one less thing that they have to keep track of and like, okay, how am I going to pay for this when we've got chaos and stuff going on in our lives where we're not maybe as grounded as an older population that has been in a house for years and years. We're still trying to figure out our careers and kind of run around and chase the money because traveling electrician definitely makes more than somebody who's stable in like one community. And that's kind of the perk that they get you to move around. But it does come with its complications. Again, I mentioned earlier, equality under the law. Free IDs is an extremely effective way to eliminate income as a factor to attain that equality. And you make the laws, so it's simply a matter of following through for our fellow Nebraskans. And I would love to entertain any questions if anybody has any. So,
all right. Thank you, Luke. Let's see if we have questions. Questions for Luke?
No questions. Second time. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Additional proponents for LB 70.
I will be picking up a sheet to sign in as well. I just wanted to provide some additional insight to the conversation. Hello, my name is Guadalupe Esquivel. That is Guadalupe. Last name Esquivel. Thank you so much. I wanted to provide a little bit of insight into Senator Halloran's point earlier, talking about SNAP cards. So those currently do not have any photos attached to them. So in terms of that conversation, changes would have to be made for those to qualify. And that is certainly something that I think a lot of people in the community would be willing to support if that is something that would be able to make voting more accessible to everybody. I also want to express one of my own concerns. I'm from Grand Island, proud Grand Island person here as well, Senator Aguilar. And since moving here, I have not been able to update my own driver's license to be able to reflect my new residence. So I'd also be one of those people who would kind of be up in the air. Not sure how I would be able to vote in the situation with the upcoming voter ID bill. So yes, I just wanted to provide that additional context on your earlier question with the SNAP benefits. Thank you.
All right. Questions? Yes, Senator Rabel.
Thank you, Ms. Esquivel, for coming to testify. And you raise a really good point. And I wish we had someone from the Department of Motor Vehicles here to say, okay, your ID, your driver's license, I'm not sure what it is still valid and it's still current. I don't know if you just have to bring in an electric bill
Mhm.
or a water bill that shows you're at this new address.
Right.
I don't know if it's that easy because I've
Mhm.
been in the same address for a long
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
So
and I think that there is definitely a lot of questions that folks do have, and due to the inaccessibility of a lot of DMVs across the state, I think that that is a very difficult answer to be able to get for a lot of people, especially in greater and rural Nebraska. If you look at just how few DMVs there are and the inaccessible hours that they have, it might be hard for a lot of people to be able to get an answer to that question.
okay, thank you very much.
Additional questions? All right, yeah, just make sure we get a green
Thank you
sheet
so
and we
much.
won't be in trouble. Okay, additional testifiers for LB 70 as proponents. Any opponents? Anybody in the neutral? All right, we need to read in some numbers here. Let's see, we had for LB 70, 1 in the neutral, 16 proponents and 0 opponents. With that, well, we'll close our hearing on LB 70 and close our hearings for the afternoon.